Okay, I had stopped and I took a. Actually, I tried to take a couple of power naps. Currently in Bastrop, Texas, just to my southwest, there was a tornado warning just a few minutes ago. I can show you that as soon as I bring my stream deck back to life. You'll see it up on the upper left over here. That's where it was. That was actually reported. It was very brief because here's the thing. That was almost like a bookend vortex type thing that occurred really fast. Now it may have been reported as a tornado when actually it was not, nothing but wind. But I never looked at the velocities on it to see, but it could have been. Now here's the scenario: the stuff shooting up from the south, coming off the coast. That was a scenario as well for tonight. All this is going to come together back up here in the area north of I-10 and east of I-35. So that's part of the issue. And I think there's more vorticity, obviously, with the stuff to my west, so I'm just going to wait here for a bit. Some of these things that are coming in from the south now may possibly go severe here in a bit. But they're racing pretty fast, actually. That lead sail is going to be reaching I-10 in 30 minutes. Inevitably passing near LaGrange, Texas, just to the east of LaGrange, Texas. And I've got I don't even think I could beat that to LaGrange. So I want to look at some velocities. I want to basically cherry pick everything out here and just see what we got going on. Okay, there's still a little something there to the southwest of San Marcos. It is not. It's not a signature for a tornado, but there's a lot of wind going on there. And then looking farther back towards, let's say, Hallettsville, Texas. That's where the high elevation scan. All the stuff to the south currently simply has significant weather advisories with those. They don't overlay on my primary screen, but I have them on secondary. So significant weather advisories. Going up towards I-10 near Schulenburg. It's at SWA. That's going to have LaGrange would be in that significant weather advisory, just in the northwest side. Now, looking back to the west again, the velocity scans are pretty shallow. I tell you what, I must have tired eyes. Some of these numbers are a little bit too little. I'm getting older too. But that's at like 500 feet. So these elevation scans I'm getting at 500 feet are indicating a little bit of wind. Just take a look at the velocities on the computer here. As you can see right here, you see the bright green, how it kind of fades, but there may be a little circulation right in there where the severe thunderstorm warning still exists. It's actually downsized, but there could be a little something in there, but it's not enough to scream tornado or anything like that right now. Just check some of the winds. 30, 40, 30, 30. Yeah, that's a little bit of wind right there. That's in the 40 range. Yep. Now, I'm not seeing a lot of lightning come out of this, but I am a little bit far away from it right now, too. Now, there's a 2-inch hail marker on the cell that's going to go east of Schulenburg that's heading to I-10 between Columbus and Schulenburg. And that's at 6,200 feet, so that's going to equate down to a much smaller size. So anybody on I-10 needs to watch out for that one coming. And there's getting to be a lot more initiation right down to my south. I think there's some circulation to the northwest of San Marcos as well. Yeah, there's some circulation. You can even see it on reflectivity. I'm going to take this in so you can see what I'm talking about here. Look at the center north part of the screen, center up. See how that red band is basically swirling back around? Yep, there's some rotation in that. Simply visible on reflectivity. Now, if this continues, if that holds true, that we could get another tornado warning out of that. And if we do, it's going to be due west of me. But that's going to bank a little bit more northeast, closer to that low. That's why we got more spin there. That stuff's close to the low. East and southeast side is what I basically wanted to key on tonight. Hopefully I can stay awake. One of those nights, it's gonna be hard to see stuff, but you know, if we get enough lightning to illuminate things like that, obviously you will catch a glimpse if there's something in there. Of course, this will be done from a little bit of a distance because it is nighttime. Now, on a positive note, the stuff that's coming in from the west, it's moving super slow. So it's possible to get up kind of close and then not really have to worry and be able to get back pretty quick. I didn't check the speeds, but just a case in point for what's coming out of San Marcos, Texas right now is over an hour away from where I am right now. But I'm not going to go any farther towards it to the west because I want to keep my eye on everything back to my south and southeast as well. If that makes sense. Yeah. Okay, I would like an update. We're on sales 1? Yeah, it's on sales 1. All right. Yeah, we need pretty rapid updates on this stuff. $38. I need something a little faster on number 2 here. I think the bulk of this thing is, sorry for the glare, you're going to get that when you're sitting in a parking lot somewhere. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning. It was just issued, and that is for the cell that I was referencing south of I-10. It's got an interesting shape to it. That's just because it's in the San Antonio region and it's only warned in the San Antonio region. Here's your case scenario. All right, watch it populate here. See, that's a weird looking severe thunderstorm warning, right? But just to the right of that is Houston. So Houston will probably chime in with their completion of that cone because they're in communication with each other. And it's also painfully, I mean, it's obvious. It's obvious. Okay, that one is updated. Still not showing me anything, but I'll tell you what, there's something down here to the southwest of San Marcos that is catching my eye again. It is right there. It is so close to the radar. I mean, it is on top of the radar. I'm not seeing this. I'm seeing this at a very low elevation scan. Less than, well, about 350 feet. So keep an eye on that. I gotta keep an eye on all of it, actually. See, I wouldn't even be able to get back to the stuff that's coming up to the south, the lead cell, because it's racing north so fast it's going to cross I-10 in about 15 minutes or less. There's a guy out here painting stuff on the parking lot here. I'm at the Buc-ee's in Bastrop, Texas right now, and they got one of their guys is out here and he's putting down the thing that says the fire lane, no parking. I'm gonna tell him, I said, I hope your paint dries because it's gonna rain on it here in a little bit. But I'm not gonna worry about that. Yeah, I do imagine I'm gonna be driving in some crappy weather here in a little while too, especially if I go back to the southeast. I only have two options from here. I've got to go basically northeast, or I have to go southeast. There's no in between. If I end up going to the northeast path, I've got a pretty much of an eastern path from there. But if I go southeast, I pretty much have to stay on that for a while. The main highway goes all the way back down to LaGrange, but this is going to pass to the east of LaGrange. But as I say LaGrange, there's a cell that's popped up right over the top of LaGrange as well. Three-inch hail marker on that now. Heading up to Interstate 10. 6,000 feet, so it's not 3 inches hitting the ground. Venture to say it could be 1.5. The bad thing is that that cell is going to be, if it doesn't change its direction, that cell is going to be going over my house in an hour and a half. I've got one of my vehicles that's parked outside too. Oh joy. Okay. All right, how do I want to handle this? Okay, so now we've got the complete warning on that. Okay. I'm sorry, I've been on the radar the whole time, but you'll see the new warning populate right there. Boom, there it is, the complete cone. All right, so. I think I'm not going to sit here and wait on this stuff from the west. I think I prefer to get back over where I have the Highway 290 option. This other stuff is just barely crossing Interstate 35 right now. I probably should have stayed back over there. I was just north of there earlier. Really the best radar site to see that from right now. So yeah, I'm gonna make an attempt. I don't know if I can make this though. I'm just thinking, that's all. Speed and time of me, distance I have to go, and how fast that's moving, and where it will be. East of Giddings. I can get to Giddings. I've got to watch for the other stuff that's farther west of that current severe. What am I doing out here at 1:50 in the morning? Turn Verizon on and let it join the equation of bonded connections. That should auto connect on Wi-Fi number 2. Okay, and Verizon has now automatically joined the bonded network. Get everything behind me real quick. Velocities, yeah, there's still things going on there, but that's right at the radar side. It's really hard to get a good read on that. All right, nothing definitive on the severe storm approaching I-10. Listen, guys, I don't know how many people are actually watching right now, but just understand, I'm in the dark. I have to watch for animals, deer in particular. Just driving at night by itself alone is more dangerous because of those kind of things. The only positive I really have is that there's less traffic. So I won't be glancing at chat hardly at all. So I got to stay focused on everything else, including the weather. The only time I may glance at it is if I get an opportunity I can sit for a minute. I'd have to be getting out of the way of something or trying to get to something. We'll see. Anybody in the States is watching, you probably should be in bed, like me, right? I should be in bed. I should be sleeping. I'll tell you what, by the time this is all over, sometime tomorrow or later today, I think it's over pretty much for the area that I'm going to be in. I think it's pretty much over by 9, maybe 10 a.m. in the morning, but I doubt I'm going to be able to stay with it that long. My body will hit a point where it's going to say, boy, it's time to stop. So hopefully these couple of power naps I've taken in the last hour and a half will help. About all you're going to see for right now is an occasional flash of lightning, and that lightning I think is pretty much still coming from the stuff behind me. Let's see, I'm not too far away from my highway I want to take east. I'm going to go towards that severe cell. I probably won't get to it. It's going to be close. But, of course, if it's still got a pretty big hail marker in it, I'm not going into the storm. I'll go in behind it and see what kind of hail size fell, knowing that there's going to be a little bit of melt will have happened by the time I check it, but I can at least do that. And everything back to the west will eventually work its way over here. All this stuff is going to conglomerate into one big, massive rain-making event with severe hazards certainly possible throughout. This is pretty much going exactly as it was anticipated to go as far as development. Pretty much the right time. I knew it'd be after midnight. Thought it might go a little bit earlier, but knew it was going to be after midnight. Latest, most likely scenario would have been 2 a.m. for the stuff developing to my south. The stuff from the west was going to be there already, but I guess pretty much about 1 a.m. is when everything started to really go to the south, so close enough for government work. should be coming up on my highway here real soon. I know that because that illumination in the sky up ahead, that's where a big convenience store, truck stop, Whataburger, all that's right there, all in one building, and they got some pretty bright lights. So there's a cloud deck over there, so you can see it's lighting that up. So I know I'm close to it. Not to mention the fact I see the traffic light up ahead. But I also know the area. Okay, that's gonna go east of Giddings. The bad thing is that if I go east of Giddings where it's and wanted to basically get under that storm and just, you know, in case it had big hail, if I wanted to get under some cover, there's not really anywhere to take cover once you get east of Giddings, Texas. I'm thinking from memory what might be there, but I'm coming up with nothing. Wait a minute. Actually, is that hail size coming down? It is coming down. Now this car is going on past me. I guess they want to do, it's a 55 zone right here. It's a small community town, whatever. I guess they want to do 80 through there on 55. Be an expensive citation if Department of Public Safety was out here. I don't know if this cell's going to hang on. What's it running into? Anyway, let's see. Thinking now about down the highway, east of Giddings, you have Carmine. Carmine may be in the path of that. And there is a place in Carmine, if I could make that. Okay, the new severe thunderstorm warning. There's a rotation back there on the southwest flank west of San Antonio. Cell back to the southeast of the current cell, headed to crossing I-10 right now, actually. One coming right up off the coast has already gone severe, but it's going to go northeast. It has to go northeast because of the low back over here. It's going to get pushed northeast more. If this cell that I'm actually heading towards right now, if it decides to go a little more east, it could potentially end up in Brenham. Brenham, Texas, or Burton, Texas. not looking real healthy. But it might have a little turning in it. I don't know if it'll last. We'll see. We'll see. See, the sky's not lighting up as much right now either. I'm going away from the stuff. I believe that's where most of the lightning was generating. Back to the west. Because right now, my current direction, the cell is going to be to my southeast. How we doing? Everybody doing all right? I'm doing all right. I know that my eyes are telling me they'd like to be shut, but other than that, I'm doing okay. We'll see how long I last out here. And I've been up all day. If I make it for the duration, I'll have been up, I guess it will be a 26-hour stint. Probably won't do that. Probably won't be able to do that. Really strong southerlies coming in here, though. I'm totally okay with the hail size. Start over. I'm totally okay with the hail size coming down on that. Because as I said earlier, that cell is headed towards my house. But I think it's going to scoot a little bit east of my house, and it would be there in 2, 3, 4, 1 hour. I could have just stayed at home until now. Boy, you know what they say about hindsight. Okay, I'm coming into Giddings, Texas now. It's going to take me a little bit of time to get through here. The speed limit drops way west of town to 55, and then sometimes it takes a little time to get through town. How many lights I have to get? What, like 3 or 4 traffic lights? Hopefully I'll catch green lights. Keep your fingers crossed on that. I'll believe that when it happens, if it happens, and it probably won't. I know, I'm being negative. I just know how history goes. Oh, the hail side's really come down on this now. But that is okay. I've gone a little farther west because of some of the weird little things that were happening with the stuff out near I-35. I was just going to wait for it. And then this came up, so now I'll get back over here. It's all gonna come together with time anyway. Given the fact of what I'm seeing now, that severe thunderstorm warning will likely expire and a new one will not be issued. And since they will drop that, I'm not going to continue going farther east. I am going to get over here on the east side of town. I'll probably just go to the Cefco, maybe get me a fresh drink or something, and kind of just, you know, hang out and wait and see how things come together. This would be interesting if it was daytime and we had, you know, daytime heating, sun, so on and so forth. I got a smudge on my windshield that I want to get off too. It's right in my line of sight. It's almost like I've got a horizon indicator when I'm like flying a plane. Keep feeling like I want to pull back on controls. If I needed fuel, it'd be okay to get it in this town, looks like. The place on my left is 265, the place on my right is 249. The next place is 242. And then you got 265 on the other side. Now, I ask you, which place are you going to stop at? Maybe we can go to Small Buc-ee's here. I think I'm going to pass it here in a minute. I'm passing Poco Loco Supermercado. Yeah. Where's that little Buc-ee's? It's a baby Buc-ee's. I don't know why they call it, they didn't build a big Buc-ee's here. They just made a small one, which was strange. I think it's coming up on the left up here. Yeah, it's up here somewhere. Ah, it's coming out. Yeah. Alright, just past. That's gonna be blurry in the lights and stuff, but sorry. 243 fuel at this Buc-ee's. That's a Buc-ee's. That's a baby Buc-ee's. Yep. I'm going up here. I don't need fuel. I'm totally good on fuel. Got 348 miles to empty on fuel. There's no way I'm gonna burn that up. Believe it or not, I'm 35 minutes from home where I am right now. I take the back roads. Yeah, I've sat here and watched some big hail fall at this location before. Everybody was piling in, trying to take cover. Let me get this thing wiped off my windshield. I got it. All right. Get me a drink here real quick too. Just take a little time here and see what's going to happen. Let's see. Yeah, that severe thunderstorm warning is gone. That is not a surprise at all. Yep. All right, shall return. Didn't know I left those on. Yeah, a lot of times I go in places and they don't charge me for a refill. I didn't even fill the whole thing up. She just said, you're good. Okay, thank you. I'm just going to be hanging out over here for a bit. I just sit back and see what transpires. Just want to get me a place over here in private. Like right here. And we'll just wait and see. You can actually see the clouds. Yeah. How about that? Portable buildings, anyone? Okay, we do have a mesoscale discussion out. And let me just go ahead and look at that and see what they're thinking. Okay, it's so new that it's not even showing up yet. That's interesting. I know there's a MD out and it's not even published yet. Okay, let's try a refresh on this. Well, I guess I'll get to that in just a minute. It's interesting. Okay. So I know there's a mesoscale discussion that's out, and on the website it's not even published yet. Okay. Are we going to get anywhere with this? Come on now. That is very interesting. It's very interesting that it's not coming up. Because I know there's one out. And it covers a large area. Wait a minute. No, there's... Okay. It basically covers San Antonio up to College Station, all the way to I-45 at Huntsville, and pretty much all points southeast of that. Yeah, so why do we not have the text product of this on the website? That is strange. It's on the map on their website, but the product is not there. Well, that's not going to tell me. Let me just take an educated guess at what it probably says. Educated guess. You like the way I said that? Educated guess. I am educated. Yes. Yes. Okay, we know we've got low level. We know we've got low level jet strength going on here. And um, I mean, essentially, yes, we have enough stuff going on for still a tornado threat. We're not going to put out a tornado watch, though, because the tornado threat is not high. It's still pretty low, but it does exist. But we've got some low-level jet stuff going on. We've got the vorticity of the low moving in. We got some things going on. Without much assistance from 500 millibar, of course, but anyway. I just wish this thing would, let me see if it's loaded. Let me see if I can get it to load now. I don't think it's on my end. It's the website, it just wasn't showing it. Let me try, open it up. It's still not showing it. Let me try computer 2. No, I gotta open the browser on computer 2. I should have done it on my phone. Well, while number 2 is opening up, let me check and see if the phone is actually going to tell me anything. Nope. Nope. Okay, it's not me. It's not there. Wait a minute. Why is it doing that? Okay. Yeah, their website just says no mesoscale discussions are currently in effect. But am I wrong? Am I looking at something? Did I put some piece of bad data in here? That's not. MD1258 is not this one. What? In crying out loud. What is going on here? That's weird. I mean, I'd like to read it and see if I'm thinking along the same lines. For out crying loud, what is the deal? Come on. Is this a part of the result of Elon doing his thing and getting rid of people in the weather service, which was the biggest freaking mistake ever made by man? Well, not really, but the world of meteorology, yes. Yeah. It's still not there. I guess I'll keep waiting. Now, the fact that, another thing too is the fact that some of these storms, I know we don't have the daytime heating, we're cooler at the surface in the lowest levels. I know we're cooler right now. I tend to believe that the temperatures aloft are probably a little warmer. That may have a little bit of a limiting factor. But as that low gets closer, I would think that that would maybe compensate a little bit for it. But I don't know. I want to see the discussion. Are we thinking the same thing? It's still not load. It's still not there. Am I doing something wrong? I used 3 different devices to try to bring that thing up. 2 computers and a phone, and I get the same result. There is no mesoscale discussion in effect, yet there clearly is one on the map. I mean, I could bring part of that text message, text product up on my GR overlay, but I don't even want to try to do that because the font is so small on that when I bring it up, because I've got this computer set up. It's not set up for, this particular screen is not set up for reading information. It's set up for radar. So the text on, if I brought it up on the GR overlay, it's going to be really small. Now on the normal website, whatever, it's normal, it's fine. Well, I say it's normal, it's not even showing up, so how can it be normal? It's still not there. Man, somebody has dropped the ball somewhere. Huh. That is weird. Okay, I want to look, while I'm waiting on this information, who in the world reported a tornado? It was a reported public thing. Damage to trees, windows, and roof reported. What the heck? Tornadic debris signature observed on radar. Oh, come on. Tornadic debris Okay. They issued that tornado report warning, what was that, hour and a half, 2 hours ago? Whatever. Okay. Based on the wording of this report, okay, think about this. Damage to trees, windows, and roof reported. Okay. Tornadic debris signature observed on radar. Okay. That was an area that, yes, it may have been in the right place for something. It could have been, but based on this wording, I don't know that I buy that it was a tornado, because I actually looked over there. I didn't see a debris signature on radar. I didn't see a debris signature. I looked. I didn't see one. Through several scans, I did not see one. But that may be a public report where, okay, so many times, I'll tell you what, I don't know how many times people have told me this, yeah, that tornado came through here. I'm like, no, it wasn't a tornado. Yeah. Really misunderstood the difference between a straight line wind event, a bow segment, which is a straight line wind event, and a tornado. It's totally blown so often. Okay, well, let's get back to I ain't gonna worry about that. Ah, I finally got the mesoscale discussion. Okay, finally. What? The page you've requested cannot be found? Give me a break. What is going on with our... Man, they're so slow. Now the text product is not even there. Oh my gosh. Mesoscale discussion number 1259. Severe potential watch unlikely. Of course, the watch is unlikely. What the... They're really slow to upload this information. I've got a feeling everything I've been talking about what I think is going on with the environment right now, I got a feeling it's going to be almost close enough. Come on. Huh. Yep, this is our understaffed National Weather Service, and God bless. It's really aggravating. Don't get me started on my soapbox about all that. Don't get me started. I still can't get it. Nuts. Okay. So the only severe thunderstorm warning right now is a cell that's way down around north of Palacios, Texas. So that's just off the coast, down in the coastal plain. That one is going to keep shifting northeastward. It's not going to be a concern. I still have this cell that's right here to my southeast that is non-severe. May have some gusty winds in it. Everything to my west is uninteresting, actually. To my southwest is got a little more interest to it. But right now I'm aggravated with this mesoscale discussion, not even... God, it's still not there. Not that it matters that much, I guess. So my camera's actually, I'm pointed south right now, so tell you what, I'm not just gonna sit here. I'm just gonna drive towards, I'm gonna at least drive towards the cell. Let's just go play in it for a minute. How about that? Play in it for a minute. That was not intended to be a rhyme, but it did. Hey, be warned, when it gets late like this, really late, like what are we, 2:37 in the morning? And what am I doing out here? So anyway, yeah, when it gets late like this, if I start getting a little bit tired, which I am, I'm not gonna kid around. I'm a little tired, but I'm okay. But I get a little tired, I get a little silly. So this cell is gonna accrue, okay. I might not even get to it, but at least we'll get some lightning or something. Let's hit that refresh button on that MD and see if it'll come up. Error. Golly. That is amazing. I'll tell you what I can do. Let me switch to the radar and I'll show you. There's the mesoscale discussion. We know it's there. It's on my overlay. It's on their website. Finally, on their website. It's showing it on their US map. All right. It was not even showing the discussion under the map. Now it's showing the discussion under the map. But for the last 5 minutes, I've been trying to click on the discussion, and it's not there. I'm not going to get a watch out of it. Ah! It's finally there. Okay. Let's just take a gander at that here. Let me pull off up here ahead and take a look at this. Let's see. I can turn off. Yeah, I can turn in. That's great. There's no traffic out here. Love it. No traffic. I'm on a major highway and there's hardly anybody out here. Okay. All right. So let's read it real quick. A modest strengthening of a southeasterly low-level jet, I said that right, has resulted in widespread storm development across southeast Texas over the past hour. Relatively warm temperatures aloft. I said that too, didn't I? I said it was cooler at the surface, being nighttime cooler, and I thought maybe we had some warmer air aloft. We do. Okay, relatively warm temperatures aloft and moist conditions through the column should be a limiting factor to large hail. Okay. Right. We don't have the lapse rates, all that good stuff. So we're not going to get the large hail. Okay. Except that little pocket down there. There's one little area down there where I think it's still possible. But, however, intense water loading within these updrafts could result in some strong downbursts capable of strong to severe wind gusts. In addition, small but strongly curved low-level photographs, as sampled by the KHGX VW vertical wind profile, will support some tornado threat. The lack of stronger deep layer shear will likely limit the overall threat and thus the need for a watch. So, most probable peak tornado intensity, if you got one, would be up to 95. Okay, most probable wind gusts, they're basically just saying only up to 60. And most probable peak hail size, 1.25. Those are the maxes. Okay. What I just read just confirmed my way of thinking. Okay. All right, let's continue. Let's go watch some lightning. And if I decide to core punch this thing, we'll see if there's a little piece of pea-size hail in it or something. Okay, so now we know. Now we know. Back camera should be real dark. Let's check that. Yeah, it's real dark. Okay. Be good for lightning. Yep. Okay, where's the core of this thing going? It's going to go right over Burton. Burton, Texas. How far am I from Burton? 15 minutes? 15 or 20 minutes? And so it's going to cross in 10. I'm not even going to catch it. But I'll get close to it. After I do that, we'll just wait and see. We'll just wait and see. I'm out here, might as well do my thing, you know. I'm just wondering if they make a windshield that doesn't have glare, because you see it on the camera. Just the windshield wipers going across. I mean, sometimes I'll take soap and water, I'll clean my windshield off. I'll do all kind of things to try to get the smear look off of it, you know, and it's next to impossible. Another thing too, you get to these convenience stores to get fuel, you clean your windshield off with their squeegee or whatever. You don't know where that squeegee's been. You don't know. I mean, I've gotten some really raunchy squeegees, yes, but I've gotten some really raunchy water that were in those containers for squeegees before, and they were, that's going to leave crap all over your windshield. I mean, who's to say somebody didn't drop that squeegee in some oil that was on the ground or whatever, and there's all kind of contaminants probably mixed in there. So, we've got a new warning on the coastal storm, which is not going to be in play at all. And that one is going to still continue to go kind of northeasterly. Well, it's right in front of me here. I'm not there yet, but it's up front. This may end up being somewhat of an uneventful night. Going back to the big story, maybe the torrential rains here and there, a little flooding. But I'll sleep tomorrow afternoon. Yep, just got a warning telling me it's time for me to change my oil soon. I know that. I will deal with that later in the week. Hey, the good thing is I'm not that far from home tonight. If I decide just to call it quits, I can, because I'm close to home. I'm just cruising along here at 58 miles per hour. Maybe at my next stop I'll check chat. I don't even know if anybody's watching. I haven't checked. And I know this is boring. It's kind of boring for me too. But you know what? As I said before, might as well be out here. Season will be over before you know it. My schedule's got too many things going on later. I don't think I'm going to have time to be going up north this year. Not to mention the fact I could probably, well, I know I do. I need 4 new tires on this thing too. I should be getting into some heavier rain here momentarily. Yeah, I'll probably just get up to this next little town called Carmine, and I'll probably just sit there and just let things happen as they're going to happen, and wait for the stuff coming in from the west as well, and see what happens. See if anything, any of the other stuff down to my south wants to try to intensify. I've got my doubts about that at this point in time, but we'll see. See, I told you I'm sitting here just cruising along at 58 miles per hour. I'm in no rush whatsoever. That's why this cat goes on by. He's not speeding, he's probably going 70 to 75. That's okay. The highway is wet, but there hasn't been a bunch of rain right here. I did have to put some air in my left, no, yeah, my left rear, my left rear tire a few hours ago. I had my, you know, it tells you, low tire pressure. I'm like, oh, great. Well, come to think of it, I'm like, okay, I'm not so sure that the tire has a leak in it. I was going to Dallas about 3 weeks ago, almost 4 weeks ago, and I got that same morning. Sure enough, yes, I did have something in the tire. Stopped, got it fixed, and then continued on to Dallas. And now I'm getting to the heavier rain. But I noticed going up there, when I checked, I'm like, they didn't put as much air in the tires as there should have been. They only put 35 pounds of pressure in it. And it should be 38 or 40 or something like that. So I think these sensors go off at 32. So I put some more air in it. It's held up. It's fine. It still may have a small leak somewhere. I don't know. Check it 24 hours, check it 36 hours, and see if it's the same. If it is, it's not leaking. If it's down a little bit, then yeah, maybe it is leaking. Then I carry an air tank with me, which came in handy for another tire issue, not on my vehicle, but on my other truck the other day. And come to find out, right where the hose comes out of the connector, apparently it's been pinched enough times that it was leaking. So I was trying to put air in a tire, and what's happening, I'm getting 50% of the air is just going out into the atmosphere, and 50% of the air pressure is going into the tire. Well, I got the tire was down to like 10 pounds. I got it up to 30 at least. So that was enough to get it back home. So I got to find somewhere to get me a new hose for that thing. Connector, whole 9 yards, and just put a new one on there. Tell you what, this almost would be like I'd rather be at home sleeping than this, sleeping through this. I almost stopped here. Oh, this is where I stopped here a while back. Some high winds, and I couldn't figure out what was blown over. I was actually on one of my streams. I'm like, what is this? I got the remote camera and got out. I'm like, okay, that's what it was. This thing right here. This that big elephant had blown over towards where I'm parked right now. Yeah, that big elephant had blown over. I didn't know what it was. Just didn't want to park anywhere where the bright lights are. It's going to just put a bunch of glare on the camera. You won't be able to see the most interesting thing, the lightning. I don't know if there's anywhere else I can get. I don't know this area real well. Even though it's not far from my home, I don't know it real well. Well, they have had a fair amount of rain here. There's a lot of water standing. This is a big feed store here. Yeah, Carmine Feed and Fertilizer. Yeah, I'm just looking for a place where I can kind of sit up for a while. Give things an opportunity to possibly organize. We'll see. Alright, let's hang out here for a little while. Let's get another look at the radar. Dissipating. It's about to rain at my house here in 5 minutes maybe. This is kind of unimpressive. Alright, well, let me check in. Who's here? Who's here? Let me open up the, okay, here's live. Okay, who's here? Who's here? I don't know if I were reading this. Okay, so Erica, I see you were, did you get that before me or something? I don't know why I couldn't get it. Gosh, okay, it's been quite a bit. Well, not that much. Giovanni D, if you're still here, hi. Oh, now, okay. Okay, Cherokee George, huh? Up in Nebraska. Okay. I hadn't been in Nebraska in 2 years? 3 years? I think I was out there around Ashley the last time. I had 2 tornadoes that day from 2 different storms, and they were, the 2 tornadoes occurred 5.25 miles apart from each other. I don't think I'm getting up there this year. I have a, I'll just put it this way. I have a TV filming. I have a gig. So, starting on the 23rd on one series. Let's see, which one is that? What am I doing on the 23rd? I think oh gosh, golly, what am I doing? I think I'm working on Landman on the 23rd, the week of the 23rd. Then on the 30th, I start on a movie that was actually being shot not too far from here. Some of it's being shot about like 5 minutes from here. But what I'm working on is not going to be shot here, which I wish it was, because it's like 25-minute drive for me to get to set would have been great. But I'll be put up somewhere else, so we got to go somewhere else. Anyway. Erica, howdy. Leah. I'm surprised. This puts you to sleep. I mean, it wants to put me to sleep. I got to keep talking. I got to keep doing things just to keep myself motivated, especially on nighttime stuff, and especially when it's not really looking all that good. Okay, Jacob, you're in Bastrop. I was at Buc-ee's earlier. I was sitting at Buc-ee's in Bastrop earlier. 240, yeah. Okay, Jacob, you saw the mini Buc-ee's in Giddings. You've been there. Yeah, you've been there. What kind of action do you hope I get tonight, actually, Bonnie D? Well, I don't know. It's not looking that good right now. But this is going to go on for several more hours too. Mm-hmm. 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 Yep, tornado, really, that's what they said, but I don't know. Okay, Andy, if you're still here, you said hi from AUS, Aus. Is it Australia or is it Austin? Austin, Texas, because we do AUS for Austin. Sometimes, like one of the studios I do stuff at over there from time to time, it's called ATX for Austin, Texas Film Studios. So, yeah. Spiders. Oh. Radar is looking like, I can't say the word that I'm going to say it's looking like. Now, Erica, why are you even still awake at this time of night? That would be my question. Or do you normally stay up that late? Well, yeah, it's just a little after 2, but still, it's after 2. Is your normal bedtime something like midnight or 1 a.m. On a typical basis, or what's the deal there? Or are you just staying up to give me a hard time. Well, oh man, what day is this? Wednesday? Thursday? It's Thursday, right? You know, last Saturday night, I was hanging out with the Bellamy brothers. Yep. You know, I used to stay up till 1:30 a lot. You know, and I can do that because I'm technically took early retirement. So I'm retired, but I'm still doing a lot of things. But I'm doing them on my own terms, and I haven't really had to answer to anyone for a couple of decades. You know what I mean? So, you know, I can pretty much do what I want when I want. But what's this new warning? I'll look at that in a second. Um, but yeah, I got into a habit there for a long time that I would stay up till 1:30, sometimes 2:30. Sometimes I'd go out to my office late and I would sit there and I'd work on music stuff or something, and I got into the habit of sleeping till 10:30, 11 a.m. every day. But I started changing that several months ago, and I found that when I go to bed at maybe 11 or 11:30 or midnight or something and get up at 7:30 or something in the morning, I felt like I just had more energy. Now I've strayed away from that a little bit. Take the other night for the example. I mean, I didn't get in from Northwest Texas until 3:30 in the morning. Yes, that day I slept till 11:15. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's. But I'm a weird person though. Just for the heck of it, I think the rain is clipping my house. So let me go to my weather station, and I'm not going to get much based on looking at radar and looking at my one of my stations there at home. Rain today, zero. Zero. Temperature 75.9 degrees. Dew point 74.6. It is humid. We got plenty of moisture, that's for sure. Yep. So nothing at home. Probably a few sprinkles that won't even register. I'm a weirdo. I'm a weirdo. I'm not a geek. I'm just a guy that has obviously, like, I have knowledge of things that most people don't. I have interest in things that most people don't. I've been fortunate enough to get to work on some TV shows, movies, and things like that over the last few years. That I'm getting to meet a lot of famous people and find that 99% of them are just people. That's all great and dandy and all that good stuff. I enjoy playing around with the music stuff. I'm amateur radio operator. Morse code is my favorite mode of communication. Do competitions and that stuff. Have won world championships before. Um, what else? Sports official. Yeah. So yeah, I do a lot of things that are not ordinary to most people. And I'm one of the last ones. Of course, weather. I've got definitely got a background in that. But what am I doing here? Anyway, I'm one of those kind of people that if there's a conversation that's about something that I don't know, I'm not going to interject, because if I don't know what I'm talking about, I'm keeping my mouth shut, because I'm not going to make a fool of myself. One example would be like a guy in a convenience store that I frequent. There used to be a bunch of guys, it used to be like 9 or 10 guys that would be there in the mornings. And when my youngest daughter was still in school, well, she's still in school now, it's college, but when I had to take her to school, we live 10 miles from the school, so I had to take her, drive her to school. I live out in the country, and I'd have to take her to school, pick her up every afternoon. But anyway, or most afternoons, I had to pick her up. And went to the convenience store one day. It was during hurricane season, and there was a hurricane that was moving into the Gulf. And, of course, I'm on top of that. And I sit down, I'm chit-chatting with all those guys, and this one fella goes, "Well, it's not coming to Texas." And I said, "You sure about that?" He said, "No, they follow the Gulf Stream." And I go like, "No, they don't." I said, "The Gulf Stream is the Gulf Stream. It's warm water that circulates." And I said, "No, it's steered by 500 millibar winds and things like." I guess this guy was 70 years old at that time. And like, you've grown up your whole life thinking that was true. Like, how many people did he possibly even tell that nonsense to that they actually believed him? And I have people too that tell me they think just because cold air and warm air collide, you're going to have thunderstorms. That is not true. I don't want to go off on that too far. I got a bunch of stories I could tell, but I'm not. Emily, where are you? And by the way, Erica, I have spent a lot of time in Telluride. That is my favorite ski destination. I started going there back in 1987, actually. Now, I have skied over there at Vail and places up there on 70. But my gosh, it's just, I don't know. It seemed like there were too many people there. The thing I liked about Telluride was, other than knowing the town, knowing the mountain village, knowing the ski runs, and just knowing everything about it, I was one of those guys that I don't want to have to spend time looking at a trail map. But anyway, I mean, I would be first on the left, and I'd be one of the last people coming down the slopes. But I must be getting tired because I'm losing my train of thought, and that's twice. But yeah, I know what I was going to say. It came to me. I would sit in Telluride and ski there, and I had it figured out. I know what part of the mountain to ski for the first part of the day, the morning basically, and then about 11 a.m., 11:30 a.m. Then I'd move up to another part of the mountain higher up, because all your people that come out to start to ski come out late and all that. Okay, it fills up. I'd go to the other part higher up, and then people would spill over from there, and then I would go up to completely off to the other side. I'd go up to the Prospect Bowl and all that mess up there, and I'd ski up there. And I loved it up there because 9 times out of a 10, by the time I got back down to the ski lift, I didn't even have to stop. I just get it right up to the chair, get on, and go right back up again. Yeah. And then they opened that other area. What's it called? It's another bowl. I forgot what it's called now. Yeah, that was some wide open, high speed get it stuff over there, but I don't care about all that speed anymore. I don't care about doing moguls anymore. I've done enough of those. I'm too old to do those. My knees wouldn't take that stuff anymore. Plus, I'm not in the shape I was back when I used to do that. I went to Angel Fire, New Mexico, Taos, New Mexico also. Angel Fire, I can drive up there in like 12 hours. So there's times that I'd take off and I'd go there. But I had a friend that lived there. Uh, she was in property management, had a huge house. So myself and a couple of buddies, we'd take off sometimes. We'd go up there and we'd stay at her house. We just would go. Only thing we'd pay for was some groceries, um, with the exception of lift tickets. We'd buy groceries and we'd go eat out. And well, a couple of nights we'd go eat out, and then uh, we got our lift tickets for like we'd pay $39 for a lift ticket, so we were getting huge discounts. And we'd go to the ski shop, Winter Sports, to get our gear and stuff, and get the top of the line stuff. And I had that kind of deal up in Telluride also. A buddy of mine who now lives in Tennessee, but he was the manager of Telluride Sports, so we'd go up there and everybody gets complimentary stuff. So don't have to pay for any equipment. But yeah, an Angel Fire, yeah, we go into, and Herb, the owner, he like write complimentary on the ticket, so we didn't have to pay for that either. So it was always some pretty good deals, but those days are gone. Anything cheap doesn't exist anymore to go skiing. Okay. North Central North Carolina. Okay. I have an old classmate that lives out there too, as a matter of fact. Is she living in South Carolina or North Carolina? I forget. And I have a guy, a friend of mine who used to live in Houston, um, that lives out there in North Carolina too. Can't remember exactly where he's at now. Is it Asheville, maybe? Something like that. Maybe you know this. What's the Class A minor league baseball team there in North Carolina? Is that in Asheville? My cousin was years ago now. We're going back to the late '90s. My cousin was drafted by the Yankees, and he played in New York for their Class A team for the last half of the short season, and then he had to go to spring training in Tampa Bay, and then Greenville, maybe. Greenville? I can't remember, but anyway, that's where he went. Yeah, I know a lot of people in a lot of places, so. Uh-huh. Okay, let me check this radar stuff out again. I didn't even check to see where that last warning was issued. And that was several minutes ago. I knew it wasn't anything close to me. Okay, it was that stuff down there along the coast again. This is not looking real promising. The way this is coming together is not looking promising. Greensboro. Greensboro. That's it. Greensboro. Greensboro. That's right. Yeah. Yep, I was actually going to make the trip out there when he was there. Because I went to New York when he was playing up there, and I was going to come out to Greenville. Greensboro. Greenville. Why am I thinking Greenville? Because it's 3:18 in the morning, and my mind is not right. Oh, gosh. Mind is not right. That reminds me of Cool Hand Luke. You get your mind right. See, what we have here is failure to communicate. I know you remember that. Yeah. Yeah, I was going to go out there, but yeah, he was ended up going trade and all that good stuff. So going to San Diego, the big club. So that never happened. Greensboro Grasshoppers. Yeah. Uh, I don't know how much longer I'm going to give this. Um, 16 people are enjoying, I think, at 16, are enjoying the boredom of Bob's ramblings. Look at his radar. To me, that is enough to put people to sleep. I really was thinking that the stuff back over to the west of where my location is, where if you can see my location, I'm the little circle right there. That's where I am right there. All right. I really thought the stuff closer to this low would try to be doing something, and it's just not. And that may be because of those warmer mid-level temperatures. Cooler at the surface and warmer above, that's not good for storms. It needs to be the other way around. Yeah. Help me out here. Fonny D, where are you? Yeah, that's not impressive. That's right. It's not. You know, by if in a straight line, you know, I'm only 20 miles from my house if you could go in a straight line, but you can't because there is a big lake between me and my house. I have to go around it. Yeah. Oh, okay, okay. I hadn't talked to Diane in about 3 days. I don't even know if Daniel went out anywhere today. He probably filtered himself up north or something. I mean, he's getting towards the end of the road with stuff too. He's got to. He's still got what 2 weeks, something like that. But I don't know how he does it. I don't know how he crosses 3 states sometimes and gets there. I just don't. I don't know how he does it. Considering when he was at my house, he stays up extremely late too. But yeah, I mean, that's like that one morning. I mean, it was like 11:30 before he come crawling out of the bed. Uh, I was in the living room watching television. He came out in his pajamas. It was funny. And he's still, anytime he takes his remote camera out and you see his shoes, those are the shoes I took him to a nearby Walmart store. He wanted to get him some new sneakers, some new tennis shoes. So I said, all right, we run up there. So I took him up there. He bought him some shoes. The boy's got a big foot. But yeah, he got him some new shoes. And that's the ones he's wearing. I used to have a pair, actually, I still have them. I have the same shoe at home that has been wearing since he bought them. Now mine have so many miles on them. There's a couple of blowouts on them, but if I have to go out and do things sometimes, and I don't mind if they get dirty or muddy or whatever, that's what I'll stick that on. Stick that on my feet. But yeah, when he stays with me, I have to take him everywhere because two people can't get in his car. I helped him fix his door, helped him fix his window. One day, if I live long enough, maybe I'll make it out to Australia. maybe one day. But I still want to go to Switzerland and stuff like that. I still want to go to Iceland. I haven't done all these things. All it takes is money, right? Oh, I was in the chat. That was Tuesday. That was yesterday. He was going to Colorado. Oh, that's when he was smoozing around, uh, taking a chance on his life being that close to the border of Mexico. Man, I wouldn't want to break down over there. I wasn't kidding. People disappear over there, especially maybe not so much on that little stretch of highway, but if you get farther down to the southeast down there, yeah, people disappear. I've been on that highway before. I got a story, and it's a short story, but I was down there one time for a weather event, and had these two supercells come out. We got a tornado warning. We have a tornado warning to my southeast. We have a tornado warning to my southeast. That one is headed, going to be the west side of Richmond, Texas, moving very slow. Anyway, Highway 90 it is. Okay, well it got dark, it's time to cut off, start heading home. And from there I'm heading home, you know, I'm talking 3 hours. And as you saw yesterday, he went through a border patrol, a border checkpoint deal, and I had a couple of supercells coming out of Mexico. They crossed, and then once they crossed, they pretty much they died, they were gone. And okay, call it a day. So I go through the checkpoint with one of the border patrol installations, and one of the storms was still strong enough. Yeah, one of the storms was still strong enough. It actually got a tornado warning. I'm like, well, I'm not gonna turn around and drive 20 miles back. So anyway, I told the guy, I said, yeah. He goes, oh man, look at all this. I said, yeah, it's a tornado warning back down here. And the officer says, well, I hope it comes up here and just takes this place out. Like, wow. Okay, really? This is your job. This is where you work. You sure you want a tornado to take this place apart? Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I saw the donkeys. I need to start shooting more getting my big camera out. I need to start shooting some little things. I never have time though, it seems like. The little tidbit things like, you know, animals and things like that on the way to a storm, you know, kind of document the whole day. I just never seem to have time to do all that stuff. And you say you're going to make time, a lot of times it's not possible. You just don't make the time. Okay, so let me check this little tornado warning out. Oh, that is a weak looking piece of rotation right there. Of course, I was also looking at that from a distant radar, but I'm on the closer now. What's the velocity look like on that, huh? Yeah. There's a little couplet there. It's pretty weak though, but it's something, right? Let me just check these other ones out. Let's see, there's one north of Sealy moving north. I could actually go to that next one. Who's to say it couldn't start to spin? 30 minutes. I could be just about there in 30 minutes. Yeah, why not? I'm awake and I'm out here. Let's do it. And don't think you have to stay awake on my account. If anybody here hasn't subscribed, please do so. I'm still trying to build something here, and it takes participation, it takes likes, it takes subscriptions to get me there. I even created an overlay. If I can click on that real quick. Is it this one? Yeah, there you go. Of course, there's only one button of each, right? Okay. Yeah, the stuff to the west along that, closer to that area of low pressure is just not stirring up anything hardly. So while I'm driving, I won't be looking over at chat, especially at night. So technically, the tornado warned storm, which is to my southeast, oh gosh, that thing is, oh, that's way down there though. It's way down there. Just put it that way. Hadn't even reached Highway 90, which runs east-west, and that's south of Interstate 10, east-west Interstate 10. So what I'm going to do, since I can do it, and I'm already out here, I'm going to head over towards this little complex of stuff that's north of Interstate 10, headed basically towards Hempstead, Texas. I can watch chat, but I can't watch it religiously. Let's put it that way. Because I mentioned this earlier. What I typically do is I take the phone that I'm just doing it on a phone, right? Just watching the YouTube. I'm not even watching the YouTube. I just bring it up so I can see the chat. But I don't do that real often. Lately I have, because I've had time. I'm not in a stressful situation or whatever the case may be, and I can more freely look at it. But even when I'm driving, I can glance at it because I have my phone sitting up on the computer screen. So if I look down at the radar for 2 seconds, I can just as easily look at that chat window for 2 seconds. So I know I miss a lot of things, and I catch a few things. It's not to mention the fact that on Computer 2 is the mapping. Computer 2 has, I can do that on the phone or the computer, but Computer 2 has my National Weather Service chat stuff going on there. Again, that's something that I'm on that the general public cannot, you don't have access to that. But that's my way of getting crucial information in a matter of seconds, even faster than a phone call. And so that's why that is there. Now, many times I don't look at the content of what's being said there. Not bragging or not, I'm smart enough to know what's going on. I can see it on the radar, just like they can. Same thing. But I also see it from my viewpoint in real life. I'm there. I can see what's going on. So it's not very often that I even look at that. Sometimes I'll look at it and I'll think to myself, you know, because I'm looking at sometimes, you know what, this has got rotation in it. Yeah, it's pretty good rotation, and you know, I'm saying, like, you know, this probably should be warned. So I might check over and see if they're actually talking about warning that cell. You know, and if they're not, then I'll say, hey, I've got a pretty good area of rotation here, such and such, whatever, sometimes, they will issue on that information. Because what they see on radar and what I'm seeing on ground level can be way different, especially with higher elevation radar scans and so on and so forth. So I've got the bird's eye view and I can tell you exactly what's going on. That's how I do things. So that's why I say, there's a lot of people out there that are quote chasers, but there's different reasons behind why some people do it and why other people are doing it. There's I don't know how to explain it, but I think you get what I'm talking about here. Thrill seekers and all that stuff. No, you're not doing anything to help the process. I'm out here trying to help the process. And I'm also going to be there if something happens. I'm not going to just say, okay, well, sorry your town got tore up. I'm going to keep chasing the storm. I don't do that. Because I've got enough lights on this vehicle, I can light up a whole city block. And that has come in handy before. I wonder if I can make it till the sun comes up. Is there anything going to happen that's going to keep my interest, keep me intrigued enough to keep me out here until the sun comes up? I just wonder. If this system's actually a little bit slower and we get a little bit of daytime heating in the morning, it might change the complexity of things a little bit. It's weird. I'm not even seeing lightning right now. I would think I should be seeing some lightning. I'm not sure what your question is. Do I report? Do you report if you need to? I'm not quite clear on that. I'll put it this way. If I'm not sure of something, I don't report it. I have contradicted other reports from public, law enforcement, things like that, when I know for a fact there was no tornado. Because I was right there and I can tell you there was not a tornado. I have to be 100% sure. It's just like one about a month ago, I guess. It was a mess and it was really hard to see, but it was a tornado, but I did not report it. And I said possibly could be too obscure to be sure, but it ended up being a tornado because you could see the damage the next day. Well, you could see the damage that day, and then they did the survey the next day, and it was EF1. So I had sent the image of what this looked like. You know, I snapped the shot, dictated the text, attached the photo. I had it all done inside of 15 seconds. And it's on their computer screen, so they know. They know. So they see what I'm seeing. They look at that and they say, yep, okay. I can see where you wouldn't be sure, right? So because it's not clearly defined. Just like the other day. Apparently I saw 2 tornadoes the other day. But I couldn't clearly be sure if they were tornadoes. Because I couldn't confirm that there was ground circulation. So I did not report them as tornadoes. But after the fact, indeed they were. So that kind of falls into the same category of, I'm not going to talk about something that I don't know what I'm talking about, because I can make a fool out of myself real quick. So I'm not going to report something that I'm not 100% sure of. But sometimes I will use the word possible, possibly, could be, might have been, and the reasons behind why I can't confirm this or that. Being thorough. But look, I don't know how many other people this actually happens to, but I have National Weather Service offices that will call me and ask me sometimes, you know, what are you seeing? I had one call me one time, said, I forgot who it was. I think it was from the Fort Worth office. One of the meteorologists there called me and said, hey Bob, you know you're fixing to be in some really big hail? I said, no, I'm not, because I'm departing the area right now. I know it's coming. Yeah. And by the way, I did see some lightning off in the distance. I know why it's not really showing up real well. It's so humid. The atmosphere is so saturated. And I've got some precipitation kind of between me and the next bigger cell up. So it's kind of blocking it a little bit. But I could see, at one point I saw a flash. I could see the flash at the base of the cell. But it's not even severe. And I think that's the nature of some of the stuff here too, is you're not going to see that many severe warnings with some of this stuff. But you can see tornado warnings out of them. And that's because of the low level shear that's available to these storms that, I didn't look at tops, but I'm going to assume they're somewhat low topped, but you're getting that low level shear and you're getting that spin from that. Possibly also aided by the low pressure that's still just off to the west. I think all of them have a little bit of vorticity in them. Yeah, you know, I'm going to tell you something from a time, and I want to say this is going back 10 or 11 years. And I kid you not, there were like 22 of us standing there watching the same storm. And one of the 22 people reported a tornado in that storm, and we're all looking at each other like, what the heck are you looking at? No, that's not what we said. I'll be honest with what we said. We said, what the hell are you looking at? What are you thinking? Yeah. I don't pay any attention, you know, what they got, all the little dots, you know, people turn on to show everybody. I don't turn that mess on. I have custom thing. There's a couple of people on my custom. That's all that's the only ones that I keep location tabs on. Where somebody else doesn't make decisions for me. I make my own. But I don't turn all that stuff on. Some of those locations that people have on their Spotter Network, yeah, some of those people on that, you know, I'm like, some of these people never move from their recliner in their living room. Oh boy, that's funny. I'm a storm spotter. I do it from my living room chair, or my front porch, or my back porch, or my driveway, something like that. I never go out anywhere. I never do anything. Yeah. And there's times I go out too that I keep my location private. The only people that see it are the National Weather Service offices. Or you will see it if I switch over to radar. And you will see my location showing on there. That's about it. And I've said this a number of times. I really don't care where anyone else is. I only care about where I am and what I'm doing. And that I have my options available to get out of the way if I need to. And you've heard this one before. I get no big thrills out of going and busting out my windshield on my vehicle and stuff like that, doing damage to it. That's not me. That's not my style. It never will be, never has been. I've had one busted out windshield in all these decades. One busted out windshield. And that happened because of a car accident in front of me and I was trying to help. And I almost got away. Almost. But I had baseball and larger hail hit me as I was departing the scene and the sun was shining on me. Yeah. So you can look at these clouds here and you can tell that we have a saturated atmosphere. See how they're illuminated? They're practically to the ground. I mean, they're low, very low. So you get any spin in these, you could get a brief spin up because it's already so close to the ground. Tell you, that's one way to look at things is stay close to a city like this. I'm in Brenham, Texas right now, coming through Brenham, Texas. You just let the city lights illuminate the clouds for you. You can kind of, actually you can see better. Yeah, that other cell's going to cross. I'm going to do this. That other cell is going to cross this highway ahead of me, so I'm not even going to go all the way over there. I'm going to hang out here for a bit maybe, and I'm just going to keep an eye peeled down to the south because I've got another little cell moving up here too. I got one to my west, I've got one to my southeast, I got another one to my southeast. I'll just watch them for a while, and if something tends to happen, maybe I'll be able to see it just with the illumination from the city lights. How about I end up in another Walmart parking lot? I'm starting to yawn. Red lights. Yellow. I'm good. Coming into there's a little strip center over here. come into camera view here real quick. There's a Starbucks, AT&T, so on and so forth there. There used to be a Cece's Pizza. Yeah, used to be a Cece's Pizza over here. Now, listen to the reason they shut this thing down. It's not because they weren't having customers come in and eat. No, what was happening was they were sending pizzas out to go orders, and what was actually going on, there were pizzas in those boxes, yes, but there were also drugs. Yeah. So they shut that place down. Let me get, maybe if I can get past the glare a little bit here. Okay. Yeah. All right, let me relax here for a second. Let's see what's going to happen. Well, look who's here. My friend in Perth is here. I didn't know you were here. I just now looked at this. I do need rest. Storm chasers report tornadoes too early. Storm chaser, oh yeah. Tornado on the ground. That one still rips me. It just makes me cringe when I hear that. When somebody says it just makes me cringe. I'm serious. Let's go back to the basic principle here. If it's not on the ground, what is it? It's just a funnel. What's this? What's this? What's this? Look at this. Got a runaway shopping cart. Where's it going? That shows you how strong the southeasterly flow is here. He's moving on pretty good. He's going to come to a stop when it hits that curb up there. Or is it going to stop before? Is it going to lose its momentum? It's still going. Uh-oh, it's picking up speed. It's fixing to come to a screeching halt. Boom. Entertaining, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, back to where I was. Does the ground temperature have anything to do with spin ups? Yeah. It does. It does. I mean, you need warm, humid air ingested into the storm for it to spin, right? So cold air basically cuts it off. So warmer is better. Yeah. In general terms, anyway. Warning update. Well, we still have nothing. Tornado warning is gone on that one to the south. I'll show you real quick. See a tornado warning about center left screen. See, it's gone. Boom, it's gone. I didn't even look at the velocity. I never even looked at the velocities on that one. So you can see I'm kind of surrounded up here where I am. Where am I? Do you see me? Do you see me? I'm gonna put myself center screen. All right, there's my location, center screen. There's only one severe warning in Texas, and that one's way down on the coast. It's just a severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, let me get caught up here. You know, don't slap me with a fish. Cook the damn thing for me, and then I'll eat it. Cause I love to eat. I love fish. I'll eat fish all the time. Yeah. Pardon my pardon my French. That's not French. That's not a French word either. But that's what we say here. You say, "Oh, pardon my French," but you know, the hail guard thing. Yeah, I mean, that's for people that want to get into the hail. I don't want to get into the hail. I have no desire to get into the hail. Thing is, if you're in the hail, all of a sudden you come out of the hail, you could have a tornado right off your bumper. Nah, I don't want to do that. Uh, it also cuts down on your gas mileage, and you're basically vehicles just not, I don't know. I'm not. I'm never going to do that unless somebody wants to pay for a customized deal for me on a vehicle that the only thing I use it for is for what I'm doing right now. Right? No, I'm not interested in all that. Yeah. Oh, I pressed a button by mistake. Oh, really? They did that on CSI? Okay. Okay. uh, Man, it's almost 4 a.m. and I'm still going. I've been up for 21 hours now. Oh, oh, Daniel's car is damaged by hail. Yeah, it's got hail damage all over the place. Uh, he's not 100% protected. He even gets stuff when he extends them because he had me here a while back help me push it back in. But the thing that the part that you can pull out and it goes out and covers part of the windshield. I mean, it still gets his windshield sometimes. Sometimes that stuff is wind driven horizontal missiles. Yeah, I don't want all that stuff on my vehicle. I also, and I've said this before, I like to be pretty incognito. I don't like drawing attention. I mean, it's bad enough if somebody walks by me and I'm parked and they see three computer screens and cameras and all this stuff in here and that, oh, hey, I get that. I just don't, I don't mind answering questions and stuff, but I used to have on my old vehicle, I had a camera that was on top of the vehicle and it could pan and tilt and all that good stuff. I had a controller inside and uh, I had a friend of mine with me. Used to go with me fairly often. He's passed away now, but we stopped somewhere. I think I don't remember where exactly we were. Somewhere way up in North Texas or the Panhandle region of Texas or something. And I stopped to get fuel at a gas station or a convenience store one time, and I'm putting the fuel in, and Terry, he got out of the vehicle. He was actually cleaning the windshield, and somebody walked up to him, and Terry, it was great, and I use this. And he said, "Hey, well, what's that?" And he said, "Oh, we work for Google." So you tell people that, and like, "Oh, okay," and then they're on their way. So yeah, and for many years I stayed incognito. I didn't get on social media till what 2012. something like that. I didn't even start doing that. And I still don't push that side of stuff either. But yeah, I'm kind of just all about what I'm doing and don't worry about everything else. It's just my style. Goes along with the breaking of windshields. Yeah, that gets views, that gets all that stuff. I, I'm not going to bust my windshield out to get attention. I'm not going to do it. If it's accidental or situation where I just couldn't get out of it, okay, so be it. But no, I do my best to avoid situations like that. If I got 1 million subscribers because I do that, I don't want the 1 million subscribers because I'm not going to do it. It's that simple. No thrills of tearing up what you have for me. Yeah, I'm on a stakeout, all right. Yeah, the trampoline thing. Actually, I tried. I mentioned that to Daniel when he was at my house because I have a lot of that stuff. I had the trampoline cloth, and while he's still asleep, actually, one day I actually went out and I said, okay, well, all we need to do is we need to add a 2x2 piece of aluminum stock across this way and across this way, and then one here and one here, and then you could basically rivet the trampoline cloth over the Starlink for total protection. Because what's a hailstone going to do, especially a big one, hitting a trampoline cloth? It's going to do the same thing it would do to a human, right? You're going to just bounce right off. So, yep, he got away. We didn't get around to that. I actually intended to cut him a piece in case he ever wanted to do it, and I forgot to do that too, but we'll do that next year. I don't think he'll be back over this year. We'll do it next year. I know what I'll do. Box it up. No, I don't know the dimensions of what he'd need though. I don't know the dimension. I said I'd box it up and send it to him in Australia, and then he'd have to haul it all the way back to Nevada next year. Nah, I don't do that. Uh-huh. Yeah, I'm on nothing. I've got a Dr. Pepper. That's my caffeine intake. Dr. Pepper. And I'll tell you something else. If I wasn't sitting here rambling and talking about stuff that's probably pretty insignificant to everyone, I would probably be close to wanting to go to sleep. But I'm good right now. Now, on the negative side of all this, I'm going to switch my sights here. Let me switch my sights. I'm not going towards Houston. From where I'm sitting right now, I'm 35 minutes from home, by highway, of course. I'm just taking a look. There is a big open area of nothing to my south and southwest, except for really farther southwest. Anything back to my southwest is 2 hours plus, 3 hours from my current location. Now, in 3 hours, I'll start having some daylight. But do I want to stay down here and wait, or do I want to just say, you know what? I'm going to go back to the northwest because that's the direction I have to go to get home. And if I do that and I get home, that was lightning to my right, so that was to my northeast. That was from that little cell right there. Okay. Yeah, if I start heading home, I'm probably going to go home unless something popped up and like, oh crap. I don't know if that's going to happen. Let's see. No, Daniel's still over here. He'll be here for another 3 weeks. He'll be back in early July. Let's put it that way. That's what I know. I think I know. I think that's right. Yeah, Hank is in Houston. Yeah, Hank and I live about, from my house to his house is like an hour and 40 minutes, hour and 35 minutes, depending on traffic. Yeah, we had a nice conversation here a while back, a few weeks ago. Yeah. Now, I'm not going to play any of the music I've recorded because the stuff I did the other day, I don't know, were any of y'all here? I don't think any of y'all were here. Yeah. I actually played some stuff I had recorded and like, oh my God, it's you. Yeah, that's me. But I took it off because I didn't know if it'd be a copyright violation because of the fact that it's my vocals, yes, but it was the original soundtrack without the vocals. I did the vocals. So I didn't know if that was legal or not. Starlink, 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 Starlink acted up. Okay. The worst thing that ever happened to me would have been the day that it was a car accident that I was not involved in. I just witnessed it and I was trying to help the people and got hit by hail, got my windshield busted out. And I still have the dents on the vehicle from that day. That's the worst thing that ever happened to me. I mean, I've had a couple of situations like, oh crap, I got to get out of here and I got to get out of here now. But that was not, and it's also a reason that I don't go east into Louisiana, East Texas and stuff, Mississippi and all that anymore. It's too many trees. You can't see anything. Um, I think I was in Louisiana one time about 4 years ago, 5 years ago, and number one, the radar data was running 7 minutes behind, and I had a situation where I've already got the -7, okay, and I also have a situation where a couple of scans didn't even come out, didn't even get out. So the information that I actually had on my screen was like 15 to 16 minutes old, and all of a sudden it updated, and I was right underneath what may have been a tornado because it all happened suddenly, and I just barely got out. So yeah, that was a moment that I'm like, I'm not gonna say the word, but I used a certain forward level, oh, and I'm like, boom, I was gone. And when I got out and got a distance away and can look back at the highway, I'm like, oh crap, that's what I was under right there. I'm like, oh no. So I pay a lot more close attention now to how accurate timing, what is my timestamp, things like that, so that I know that, okay, if this is 3 minutes old, then I know that this has moved X amount of miles in 3 minutes. And I take a lot of things. I do a lot of math in my head when I'm out here, but it's not difficult to do time and distance. If you've got enough givens to work with, you can figure it all out. And guess what? It all starts with one simple thing. If you're going 60 miles per hour, how far would you go in 1 hour? 60 miles, right? That would apply to kilometers or whatever. It's still the same. I'm not even getting much lightning anymore. The last lightning flash I saw was off to my right out there. Yeah, everybody was okay in the car wreck. There's one lady, she was really frantic. She got T-boned, but she was okay, and she was just really frantic. I mean, sure, obviously sore. I don't think there was anything serious. With that, I gave the video card to the Department of Public Safety officer that arrived on the scene because I said, man, we got to get out of here. He's like, why? I said, because that supercell right there has baseball or bigger hail in it. I said, it's going to break all the windows out of the vehicles and stuff. I said, here's the video card. Here's the accident. I've got it here. And just send me another one. Because he had my driver's license and all that, so he knew my information. And yeah, I was like, yeah, hey, I'm getting out of here, man. I said, just send me a replacement card. It wasn't a big video card. It was only like a 16 gigabyte card or something like that. But of course, I never got it. I never got a replacement. That's no big deal. But yeah, I turned around to move, and the sun is shining on me. By the time I turned around, and the first hailstone hit right up in the upper left corner on my driver's side windshield. First hailstone, and the windshield just. I'm like, great. So I ended up with 28 smashed spots on my windshield. It would have been worse, but I did something that I thought was the only way that I was going to be able to drive back home, hoping that my side windows did not get hit. My back windows got some protection because of the little rack I have back there, where I've got like some antennas mounted. The big lights and stuff are mounted up there. The lights that you're going to see on the, I'm going to turn it on. You'll see when it lights up. This is just my top one. See, that lights things up. So I wasn't going to get out of it, so I pulled over and I got close to a building, and I had pillows in my back seat. So I roll down my driver's side window and I take two of the pillows and I throw them over the windshield from the driver's side as far over as I could go. So I didn't get to cover the whole thing, but I covered about probably 60% of it. And all the time I'm putting those pillows out there, I'm hoping one of those big hailstones doesn't hit me on the arm, because that would hurt. And because I mean, they're coming down at 100 miles an hour, right? So, or 125 max, whatever. What is the radial velocity? I can't even remember. 125? I don't remember. But anyway, yeah, I put those on there, and that's what saved me. I mean, I still had a cracked, busted windshield on my side, but it wasn't as bad because I got those pillows out there. So, pillows can be used for something useful other than laying your head on, right? Yeah, but the update that was behind, the delay, and then the missed update, that's going to happen. That's all part of just getting the information through the entire system, so that I get it on my end. There's glitches and everything, and that's just what happened that day. I've been using the same stuff, like what you see right here, for what, 15 years? Yeah. And I've got, just like Daniel now, I mean, I've got subscribed, I've got subscriptions, I've got data feeds, I've got all that stuff. It's not just, I get a lot more than, somebody with well, a heck of a lot more than somebody with a free phone app we have. Don't get me started on free phone apps. I got some people that back me up on that. That's the thing about this particular storm was not tornadic, the one that dropped the big hail. It was not a tornadic storm. So all you have to worry about there is the hail. And of course you'll get some pretty good winds out of that. But yeah, there were actually two big hailstorms that day. The second one, well, I'll finish. Let me add to the end of what happened that particular time. I got out. There was another storm. I wasn't going to get away from it. People were piled in under an underpass. I pulled in there too. I couldn't even go through. So I just pulled in and said, well, I'm not going to go through another one anyway. This is not tornadic. I'm not going to be worried about it. Yeah, you don't pull under an underpass in a tornado situation, but just a hail thing. Yeah, I get it. But you still should not obstruct through traffic. But anyway, I had to stop there. Well, I got out and said, okay, well, I'm going to shoot B-roll. So I get my big camera out. I'm going to shoot B-roll of this next big hailstorm. And I'm standing there shooting, and somebody coming off the intersecting highway, which was an overpass, they came off the exit or something, and they lost control, hit a curb, flew about 5 feet in the air, took out a road sign 20 feet in front of me. I'm glad I wasn't standing farther up. But I got that whole thing on video. The hailstorm's there, the hailstorm's just about over, and my door is open on my vehicle, and by then I've just walked right back up to my vehicle, and one of the Department of Public Safety troopers who worked the accident, and the second one had shown up too at the scene earlier. Both of them were there, and they pulled up, and that one officer walked by me, and he says, "Man, you weren't kidding." I said, "What?" He said, "Look at my vehicle. Look at my car." I looked over, and he had no windows left in the vehicle at all, and neither did his partner. They both lost every window in the vehicle. It was like, wow, what a mess. That's why I don't want to do that kind of stuff. Yeah, Emily, if it's in the cards for me next year, hey, am I going to say this right? Is it Peta or Pita? She, maybe. I think it's a long shot, to be honest. That's a long travel. That's an expensive trip for you to come all the way over here. But hey, she might ride in this right-hand seat with me next year a couple times. Who knows? Especially if you connect with Diane if she gets to come back over next year. That's a long trip from Perth. I'm sure it's going to be quite expensive too. Oh boy. Okay, what's going on with the weather? It's raining all around me. That's what's going on with the weather. There has been no other severe thunderstorm warnings issued. The only one is still existing is the one down along coastal Texas, and that's moving northeast. It's probably going to end up staying southeast of Houston. Second one. What? How did I don't remember what I said. Oh God, what did I say? What I don't remember. Oh my gosh, I don't remember the order in which I even said that. Let's see one at a time. Pita, is that right? April. Okay, I just saw that. Okay. And you're lucky that I'm just sitting here that I'm seeing this, because I don't usually have chat open. For anybody new, I don't usually have chat open. If you're here, please hit subscribe. If you haven't, I would appreciate that. Like helps too. Let me do this real quick. Let's bring this back up. Aha. Aha. Uh-huh. Yeah, there you go. All right. Now, Fairfield. Is that what you said, Fairfield? Yeah, Fairfield. Fairfield. Let me go up Fairfield. It's raining in Fairfield. I need to switch. Let me make a switch so I can get a better view of Fairfield. I want a lower elevation scan of the Fairfield area. All right, I'm gonna put Fairfield center screen. Let me repopulate, and boom, Fairfield, and I'm gonna switch it over. Okay, Fairfield's gonna be right about center screen here. Here you go. I'm moving my cursor around Fairfield. Right there is Fairfield. You really don't have anything to worry about. It's just gonna rain. And just taking a peek at velocities, you ought to be getting a little bit of wind right about now. Now, where's Streetman? Streetman doesn't show. Oh, there's Streetman, northeast up the interstate. Okay. Yeah, Streetman already got the wind. You've probably got a little breeze going there now. But yeah, you've got nothing to worry about up there. Nope, nothing to worry about. But I want to go back to this since I'm down in this area. We do have flash flood warnings. A lot of those, which is no big surprise. You are under flash flood warning, barely, but you're under it. And putting this back in motion, Fairfield's in the center, upper center part of the screen right here. So all this stuff back down to your southwest is kind of migrating in your direction, but it's also moving slowly eastward. As far as anything severe, I don't think you have anything to worry about. I don't know that anybody really has much to worry about with this at this point in time. I'm just not seeing anything of, I'm really seeing nothing of interest here on this. So we don't even have the low clouds here anymore. They've gone on. As a matter of fact, to my left, and I can't put a camera on this unless I turned on my remote camera, I see the moon. I can see the moon to my left, right to my southwest. Yeah. Mm-hmm. If I can ever build this thing up and I need to do something, maybe so, for moderation. I mean, I'm not kidding. I got to build this up because I've got to turn this into a way to get money in my pocket to pay to be out here like this. I don't say this every time, but it costs a lot of freaking money to have all this stuff, to pay for all the data, maintenance, everything under the sun you got to think about. Sometimes hotels, fuel. Like now, I need 4 new tires. Yes, that's going to cost 4 figures just for the tires. You know, it's just a lot of. I mean, I don't drive as much as other people because I do that by choice. I don't go every time. I don't go out every time. I don't have to be out there every day. You know, but still, I went up like over 10,000 miles in the last 4 weeks. It's expensive. And it's out of pocket. So there's got to be a, that's the reason I started doing the YouTube thing. So I gotta generate something out of this. So it takes numbers, it takes subscribers and all that, because I still need, I haven't checked recently, but I still need about probably 1,600 more viewing hours before I can even get to a level to be able to do anything with it. And I know I'd get more if I had some good content to be able to live stream, but I haven't had that much good content. Sure, I'd get more if I drove into a big hail core and started busting windows out to gain attention, but I'm not doing that. Uh, See, I already forgot what I said. Did I have it right the last time when I said Peter? Peter? Okay, I got to get that. I got to get that Ingram into my mind. Is that right? Peter. That's what I said. Is that right? I'm sorry. It's 4:25 in the morning. Ah, we're getting lightning out to the west. Uh-huh. Peter, is that right? Peter? Peter? Oh gosh. Oh, what the hell? Pardon me. That's why. Okay. I'm right. Okay. Oh, wait. Emily, you sure? I mean, I gotta ask the source. Long E. You know what I'm gonna do? Oh, yeah, you sent me a message, Peter. I'll read it on phone number 2. Let's see. Yeah, unfortunately, I know you're typing something else. I'm going to go ahead and move. I want to go west of town because I'm starting to see the lightning from the stuff to the west. I'm going to go over the west side here and see if I can at least get a little bit of something. I'll read that before I get on the road again. Hold on. Oop, low-hanging limbs. That's not good for stuff I have on top here. Okay, I made it. Okay, saw that. Well, it might be. I'm not 100% sure because last time I checked, the numbers went up and all I did was live stream. Now, most all of my live streams are still there to be viewed. I don't know how it works. I just know whatever case is, I've still got a ways to go. I mean, Starlink's probably going to crap out going under this stuff, but you know, keep in mind that I think I created this channel in 2015, but I never did hardly anything with it. I've hardly posted any B-roll content to it, but you know, technically it's been around a while, but officially I didn't start live streaming to it until, well, I did it a couple of times, maybe 2 or 3 times, a little bit last year, but I didn't have things set up the way I have them set up now. The way I did it last year is I actually had somebody in Santa Fe, New Mexico that was pulling my stream, which He was basically pulling my media stream and ingesting it and putting it back into YouTube. It worked. It wasn't great, but it worked. So really this year, at some point in April is when I started working on this and got everything customized and all that good stuff. And I mean, that's where I stand right now. It's basically been maybe 6 or 7 weeks, maybe 8 weeks. And how many live streams have I done? I don't know. Go back and look, 20, 25, I don't know. I think it's counting, I'm just not sure. Let's see. I'm thinking ahead. Let's see, where can I get for this? This is really looking crappy though. I'll tell you what I might do here. I think I will go over here and I'll just get west a little bit and I'll watch it for a few minutes. That may be about it. I don't expect anything much, really. If that holds true, I may just start heading towards home here in a bit. I'll look over at the message in a short time here, as soon as I get to a location here. I'm just trying to think of a location out here west that's in the open and not a bunch of light. You know, I see these other cars on the road, and other than your transportation people, you know, hauling food or supplies, whatever, merchandise to a vendor or a store or something like that, I see other people, I'm like, what are you doing out here this time of night or this time of the morning? I ask myself the same question. What are you doing out here tonight, Bob? What are you doing? What indeed are you doing? I could have done this. Yeah, let me do that. No, I don't want to do that. Go to the other. I think there's a place up here ahead on the left. I'll have to check that out. They may have a closed gate. Oh, well, you know what, can I do that, or do I want to go all the way to that new convenience store? It's pretty far down the road, though. Yeah, that place wasn't going to work out. They've got the gates all closed. I don't think I'm that far from that convenience store, so I might just go there. It's also right at the intersection of a highway, which is a highway that I can take to get back home. Okay, read it, Peter. Gotcha. No, that's the wrong highway. No, I don't know if I'm gonna do it. Yeah, this stuff's not even showing me enough lightning to keep me interested. Okay. Wait a minute. I think I know a place. I think I know a place. If I take this road, I don't have to go too far down the road. Actually, the next little county road that turns right, my brother and sister-in-law live there. West Oak Drive, turn right here. They live about 200 yards down the road. Okay, I see the light of the church ahead. I think it's a decent view from over here. I'll just sit and look to the west. Looks like that's where most of the lightning is coming from right now. Really about the only thing of interest. Just in the middle of everything right now, where nothing is going on. Let me see. Oh, yeah, this is it. This is it. This is it. This is it. Do I have a good view? I don't know if I have a good view here. No, this is a pathetic view. I got trees in front of me. This is not going to work. This won't work. Okay, let's try again. Harrisburg Road or the next one up. Get a little light on the subject so I can see ahead of myself. That won't work. One bad thing about turning these lights on too, it just attracts more insects. What? I know a really good place up near the lake. I can see to the west forever from there. I'm kind of debating whether I want to go there. It would take me about 15. It'd take me about 15 minutes probably. minutes to get there. There's just no turnouts around here because every one of them is into a person's home. I like driving with these big lights on because, man, I can see everything ahead of me. I don't have to worry about anything. If an animal jumps out, I can see it way ahead. That goes to somebody's house. That's been a great spot. Let's see, what about this one? Does that go? That goes to somebody's house too. I don't want to park there. It's a good high spot. But there is nowhere for me to pull off. Big bird just flew across the highway in front of me, about 10 feet off the ground. Let's see. You know what? I think I'm just going to go ahead and proceed to the location. That's a great lookout point. There's a severe thunderstorm now from Livingston, Texas. That's out there east of Interstate 45. I have no worries, no concerns there. So I need to go about. Oh, there's an interesting little place I'm going to go through here in a couple of minutes. You might have fun with that. It is it's a railroad, well, there's a railroad on top. The highway goes under the bottom. There's only room for one vehicle to go through at a time. Oddly enough, I have someone that is behind me unless they turned at the highway that I just turned off of. Kind of hoping they did turn. Now there's great views from right here too. This is Highway 390, and to my left you can see we're 200 feet above everything. Out to the left is a town. There's a lake out there. You can see forever. I can actually, my house from here, it's maybe 10 miles in a straight line, but you can't get there in a straight line. I mentioned that earlier. You have to take the highway. So I'm gonna take you through this interesting little underpass, overpass thing here in a minute, and then I'm going to get to a major highway, and I'm going to have to go about 4 or 5 miles, make a left turn, then make a right turn, and go down about 2 miles, and I will be at the lookout point where I will be able to see to the west practically forever. It's a little bit farther down here than I thought, but I'm getting there. This is one of those, if it's daytime, this is one of those scenic drives. It's a little curvy, but it's scenic. Shoot. Didn't expect to meet somebody. Big difference without those big lights on. I'll see if I can turn them back on when I get to this. I'm just about there. Just about. Okay, one curve to the right, one curve to the left. We'll go through the little one lane thingy. Here it is. Here it is. Isn't that cute? Isn't that so cute? Uh-huh. Yeah, let's go through. Wasn't that fun? Mm-hmm. Just about to the main highway now. Excuse me, I'm yawning now. I'm getting there. catch up on the chats when I get stopped. Oh, 15. I think there's 15. Only 15. I know, it's boring. And I can't believe that I'm keeping myself awake, as boring as all this actually ended up being. I tell you, I kind of like the fact too that the farthest distance in drive time that I have been from home today, tonight, whichever way you want to look at this, would be probably 1 hour. All right, so where I'm headed is a point. It's ironic. Years ago now, even when I was even a kid, able to drive and everything, you know, I was doing this weather stuff. Even, I mean, I started studying this stuff when I was like 7. So as time went by, and you end up getting even more education and whatnot, and you know, some of the stuff is like, oh, okay, it made it easy. But this location I'm heading to, because I grew up, born and raised, and it's only like a 7-minute drive from where I lived. I would come to this location to do weather observation stuff. I'm almost there. There should be no one else here this time of the morning, but you never know. All right. I am here. I am here. Okay, off into that black abyss out there is a lake. If I wanted to drive around it, it's a 91-mile drive. Okay, so let's see. Check a radar real quick. Now, you want to check radar with me? Look at that. This is good sleeping weather, man. That's what yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna sleep good when I get home. I can zoom in real quick. It's not gonna show my little area that I live in, but you see this town right here, it's where we are right now, right here. I live right where the cursor, where is it? Is it showing up? Yeah, I live right back in here. See where it's moving around? I live right back out in here. Where on a busy day, maybe 5 or 6 cars come down the road that I live on. Okay. Back to whatever lightning might show up. Ah, perfect cue. Oh, whoops, wait a minute. All Okay, just trying to look back. I don't think I'm gonna be able to look back through everything, but uh, yeah, I have a 90,000 lumen light there. Then I've got two smaller ones that kind of shoot 45 degrees. And I don't have them on here right now because I have them set up to where they're the lights now. They are, I can put them on if I want. They're basically portable. I've got the wiring harness, everything back there. I just plug them in. But I got one for left and right. Each one of those for left and right are 47,000, I think, something like that on the lights. Yeah. Uh, okay, Emily and Peter, I see all have hashed that out. Okay. Uh, definitely was watching for deer. So you'll like the little bridge, okay? Dang it! Why did that happen? Okay, okay. Oh yeah, you're in winter down there, so 5:51 p.m. getting dark. Yeah, it doesn't get dark. I mean, where I live, it might get dark about 8:45 p.m. Totally dark. I don't eat sushi. The closest thing I come to sushi is eating sardines. That's it. That's it. That's the limit. I've already told the story on other streams about me and my sardines. I haven't done it in 2 or 3 years, but I'd carry some drinks. I'd maybe carry a cooler. I would throw a couple of cans of sardines in there, have me some crackers. You know, it's just a great little something to eat when you're out here like this. There's times that, I mean, I've got two lawn chairs actually in the back, and there were times that I would get places and I would say, okay, I'd pull out the lawn chair and I'd sit in a remote area somewhere, just sit in my lawn chair and and wait. Those are good old days. Uh, oh no, I didn't even see it. I didn't even see that, Pete. I wasn't referring. Yeah, I'm bored. I'm bored. I'm bored with the way things have turned out. Yeah, I just don't think we built up enough instability today because of the uh, earlier MCS, and we didn't get enough cloud. We didn't get enough. It stayed too cloudy, and nothing could go earlier in the afternoon, and we just didn't build it up. It just didn't have a lot to work with. And mentioned it earlier, those warmer temperatures above don't help the matter at all. Let's see. I don't know how far back these comments were. They're not timestamped, but hello, Andy. You missed a bit. You didn't miss anything. Promise you. Diane. Diane. But she went to bed. Well, thanks for stopping by on an extremely boring night. I will sleep later today. Probably sleep most of the day away. It is 5 a.m. and I will sleep most of the day, and I will wake up. I'm going to try not to sleep most of the day because that'll really screw up my sleep schedule. I'll probably sleep 4 hours or 5 hours or something like that. But this has been a flop of a day. It's been boring as hell. I mean, straight up honest, it really has. But it's getting close to the end of the season, so I said, you know, I'm gonna get out here because there was some potential. It just we didn't get cooperation. Too much warm air aloft. No destabilization from the afternoon because we never got really broken out of the clouds. Thought we still might get something close to this little low, but it just is not doing it. There's just not a lot to work with. Not to mention, atmosphere is saturated to probably, oh, what did I look on the sounding earlier? Was it saturated up to like 300 millibars? Yeah, it's low cape today too. All we had working in our favor is some low level shear. And I can't even get good lightning out here tonight. Or this morning. It's not night, it's morning. It's morning. Yeah, this stuff to the west. God, look at this. This is yawn. I'm sitting in the hole right here. Look at that. See there? That's got a... Huh, hold on. Let's just see. Nope, 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 nope. Nothing of interest, really. Just a little interest. That's going to be north of my house, actually. Just detect a little bit of turning in this. See the way it shapes. It's got a little turning in it. But that's close to the low, too. The low's still right back out over here. I'm not going down here for this stuff in the south. That's a nasty mess of nothing. Still only one severe thunderstorm warning in the whole state, in the whole country, and that's the one that's out toward in East Texas at Livingston. That one's probably going to persist a while because that cell is only about halfway through the cone. Okay, now. Okay, good night, Diane. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you guys, I'm at, oh, sorry. Yeah, forgot to switch that over. Yeah, I met Diane last year. We ran the roads a few times together. Well, now I'm getting more lightning right up there. What the heck? It would be due north. Okay, that's a little stronger activity up there. Tell you what, I'm gonna head north and northwest, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because nothing is really gonna happen. That's one thing. Second reason is, that's the direction I have to go to get home. Third reason is, that little cell that I had on radar that I was showing you, it has a little bit of turning in it. It's to my north. It's to my northwest, so it will be just to my north when I get up a few miles up the highway. So my question is this: with such a slow-moving system, and with daylight just a couple hours away, and a lot of activity still actually occurring to my southwest, around the belly, the bottom side, and the southeast side of that area of low pressure, we get the sun to come up. Is that going to help to destabilize things a little bit for the morning, the daylight hours of the morning? I'm going across the dam right now from this lake, so I'm going to be on this for a couple of miles, 3 miles. Searching for the lightning. Where's the lightning? There's lightning around, but it's just not, there's no focal point, really. I think if I had a focal point, it would be well, it would be right up this way, I guess. Could it be a case where I get home here in a few minutes and I just go to sleep and then I wake up 2 hours later and go back out again? Is it possible? Is it possible that I go to sleep and I get awakened to the sound of a tremendous clap of thunder, and it wakes me up, and I will grab my phone real quick. I hate using the phone, but it's fine. I don't have anything else. I'm not taking anything out of the vehicle. I'm going to shut it down, but I'm not going to take anything out. If I look at my phone and think, okay, well, I will just get my tail up and I'll put my shoes back on and I will get in the truck and I'll fire everything up and I'll go again. Now, what will I entitle that live stream if that happens? Think about that one for a minute. Suggestions? Tired man's live stream. Or, yes, I'm at it again. I don't know, my brain's getting tired too. I'm not coming up with anything original. How we doing here? I still think that little sail just to my west-northwest out there, northwest, I still think that thing's got a little bit of spin in it. I'm just looking at reflectivity. I'm not looking at velocity, but just the general shape. I'll say again, just as something, it's kind of like a reverse hook. I like you typically see on the south end, but want to say just because there's a little hook there and that, on reflectivity. Hooks are one thing, but if velocity doesn't show you anything, the hook is absolutely meaningless. So, and that's how I do things. So many people don't really understand that. But it is an indicator to look at other detail. I am 10 miles from home now. Still 15 bored people on this planet watching this. Haven't been able to drive. Yeah, I'm looking at this, but it's 4-lane highways, nobody near me, so I'm good. And I know this road is straight for a while, so I'm totally good. You haven't been able to drive for 9 weeks. Okay, you're gonna have to explain that one to me. I'm gonna get to a point where I might not want to drive for 9 weeks. Now that'll never happen. I've got too much going on in life to not drive for even one day sometimes. There's been very few days, even since I've had this vehicle, which is a few years now, that I have not had to drive somewhere for something. I'm gonna get the southern end of this one a little bit. It's no big deal. It's just rain. Let me just take a quick velocity check here. Yeah, there's nothing there. There's nothing there. There's nothing there. I could just back up. At home, I could just back up so the windshield, and I can get under the cover so the windshield or garage, whatever, so the windshield doesn't get raindrops on it. Of course, it could if any wind got in there, but I could leave the stream going while I go to sleep. Let's leave the camera pointed to the northwest and tie into my home. Actually, I've got two internet sources at home. I could tie into both. I'd have to change my Wi-Fi's though over to that, but yeah, I could tie into both, and I could just go ahead and pump it up to 1080p. Just stream while the truck's sitting there still. But if I sleep too long, well, no, I can turn off the Starlink because I wouldn't be able to use that anyway. I won't need it. I won't need any of the mobile data that I have out here. Just tie into the two internet connections at home and stream in HD, sitting still, straight on through sunrise. Yeah. I don't know if I want to do that. Something making some noise up here. I can hear it. Probably one of the cables bouncing around. Yeah, so this is my way home. This is yeah, this is one of the county roads heading out towards home. I have to go down about 4 miles of this type of road to get home. I'll tell you what, I'm obviously going to fall asleep to rain. A little bit of rain. It's going to start raining more here in just a minute because this whole little, I'm going to call it crapvection thing, is just about to roll over me. And no, I am not going to keep the stream going while I go to sleep. Although I could. But I may sleep so long that we'll wake up and the stream's still going, and it'll be 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Who knows? I've got an internal clock inside of me. If I have to get up at some really obscure hour to go somewhere, let's say it's 4:15 a.m. that I've got to leave, I can set the alarm, and I guarantee you I'm going to wake up within 2 minutes of that alarm going off, before it goes off. I do it every time. It's like I have this mental mechanism that tells me you have to get up early, abnormal time, and I will every time, and I swear it's happened every time. I have never overslept and been awakened by the alarm. Never. Okay, why is this doing this? Okay. yeah, I might sleep so long that, heck, we'd have clear skies and I'm still streaming. That would be a waste. Wouldn't cost me a penny though. That's the beauty of it. Because I'd be on the two home network, home internet networks. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to a spot here where I can watch for just a minute. I didn't turn off to go towards my house. I passed that turn off about half a mile back. Ah, that is why I was coming over to here, because I can point the camera, turn the truck in. This entrance to an oil well pad, and I've got lightning in both directions. It's just really. Actually, if you ever watch the video that I did of me and Daniel from last year, this actual spot right here is where we were watching the lightning in the distance, and about to call it a night and head over to my home to eat pizza. Not pita. Pizza. A little bit of a rise right there. Yeah, that's not really a good thing. This is a good spot to look back to the north and the northwest. I mean, sorry, north and north. Well, northwest, north and south and southeast. No, God, come on, get it together. Northwest, north, and southeast. Northwest, north, northeast, and southeast. There we go. You get the picture? I don't. Good grief. Nah, let's go home. Ooh, bumpy. So I think this particular part of this road here is not very well maintained. Let's get a little bit of rain going here now. Man, what an uneventful day, really, for the most part. It's bad enough you don't get to see much at night anyway, but geez, hasn't even been a good lightning show, honestly. Give me an oil change later this week too. There's a chance for some isolated stuff as the week progresses still. I think. I'm actually passing my home right now. And I'm passing my pasture land. Yeah, I couldn't even throw a rock. I had a good arm, don't get me wrong. I used to, like baseball, yeah, I could bring it. Yeah, I could throw rock. Even as a kid, I could throw rocks a long way, like 100 yards or something. And so that's not a real good description. But I can't even throw a rock from my place to a neighbor's house. If I picked it up and threw it in my prime 5 times. I like that. I like that privacy. Love that privacy, yeah. So now I'm on another little highway. This highway is 2774. It only runs for 2 miles, but it ties into another main highway. I was just going to come up here for a minute and see if we were getting any more lightning coming out, and you know, we're not getting anything. We're pretty much. Stop here for a moment. Just take one last glance at the big picture. It's like the better stuff is down to the south, but I'm not impressed with it either. It's a bunch of convection, and it's about all there is to it. See? Yuck, 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 yuck. So, I'm going to take this opportunity here real quick. I'm going to shut off the Verizon. Yes, I am near home. I am. I sure am. Alright, so I have shut off Verizon. I'm going to shut off one of the AT&Ts. Alright. Alright, so I'm down to Starlink and one AT&T connection, and I've got heavier rain starting to fall now, so let's see if Starlink goes down. I'm on one connection right now, one AT&T, everything else is off. One connection out here in the middle of nowhere where I am now. It's hard to keep it going because cell service out here is not good. I'm tempted to leave this on, connect it to my home internet. I'm tempted to leave this on, connect it to my one connection on AT&T, and it's not good out here. I had turned everything off, comma, lost Starlink due to heavy rain, and AT&T does not work well here. Period. Thanks for watching and being bored along with me. Period. See you another day. Period. Yeah, it's going to be intermittent. I could hook it up to the home internet, but nah. That's my office right there, by the way. At the rear, you wouldn't see anything out the rear till daylight. All right, end of day. Thanks and good morning, I guess is what I should say. So let me get this ended. Can't believe this is still streaming. I've got 1 bar of service on the single AT&T device that I have hooked up. Ooh. Starlink's working again, even though I've pulled undercover here. All right, where am I at? Okay. All right, shutting it off. I'm gonna go get some sleep for a bit. Maybe I'll wake up in a couple hours or something, in 3 hours or something, and we'll see. We'll see. We'll see if anything's still going on if I wake up. If I don't wake up, I'm not gonna worry about it. No big deal. Toodles.